Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, October the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, man, oh man. Nio, guys, what a tremendous trade of it. You know what? I'm going to stick this link in here on its own. I can probably put this link in several times during the day. Give me 1 second, please. I'm having got some feedback here. Okay, so I'm going to put the link in for the trade of the week. No guarantees next week's trade of the week is going to be like this one, but man, oh man, what a trade of the week. Remember now that was live at 22, I think $21.95 or $22. So you're looking at 30% just about in 4 days. Okay, so there is the trade of the week link. Sent to you before the market opens, about half an hour to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning, okay? Now, there are other things happening. Now, craziness with Hertz. HTZ, HTZ, look at the move on Hertz. So, I guess the news is that they have secured $1.65 billion in financing commitments. So, right, coming off the mat, literally. So we'll have to see what happens later on. This is not shortable for me. I'm a little surprised, but it is not shortable for me. Is that right? Because I do have earnings. Yeah, I do have earnings for CIT pre-market. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're right. You're right. Now, what do you guys think of this? NAV. So let's be highly skeptical. So 2 days ago, this is a deal that was supposed to be done with Trayton, and then the news came out that it doesn't look like the deal is going to get done. And so that was 2 days ago. That was yesterday. Oh, guess what? Looks like the deal's back on. Unbelievable. So, cynic in me is saying, okay, let's put out a release saying, it might not be viable. Let's get all our friends buying here, and then we'll say, yeah, it's viable 2 days later. Unbelievable. I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened, but imagine if you were holding this one thinking the deal is done, and then you panic sell, and then it's right back on. Unbelievable. NNDM guys. So if you were in the room yesterday afternoon, you know that I was all over this one, and I did end up taking this. I had to close the room down just after 3. I did end up taking this one right around 4:20. Wrote it. Actually held a little bit after hours. Got out at 4:50. Unfortunately, I did not hold it overnight, but it was a nice little move. Let's see if I can take out 5 today. NNDM. SGBX, not ESSA. Some kind of a deal they've done with Blink, BLNK. So this is really popped this one. Aslin, ASLN. And a little press release this morning. I'm a little skeptical of it, but see what happens once the market opens. It did hit $4. It's a relatively low float. Now, BMRA was down this morning on low volume. Let's see if it's still down there. Yeah, it is still down on low. Now, the volume is picking up a little bit. When I first saw it, it was about 20,000 shares. So volume is starting to pick up. BMRA gapping way down. Look at this. I don't see a specific reason for it. I'm just checking my headlines. I don't see any specific reason for it, but that's a massive gap down, right down through the 200-day moving average. BMRA. Yeah, I saw BA this morning. The EU basically saying for the go ahead for their Max. I think I saw some news on that for Boeing this morning. Chewy, CHWY is very active this morning, almost a lifetime high. I see Jeffries came out, put a $100 price target on it. That's probably giving it's a bit of a juice this morning. So CIT, yeah, I mean, we have earnings. It looks like it is earnings. Yeah, I want to make sure this is not a pre-release. Yeah, preliminary transcript. Yeah, so it looks like they did actually release this morning. So CIT, nice big gap up. NIU continues. This is a EV play, almost it is a lifetime high. NIU continues. Is it also a merger? Let me check. I don't see any news like that, but let me just do a quick check for CIT. Oh, you're right. First Citizens Bank share to merge with CIT in an all-stock merger. Yep, you're absolutely right. So I wonder if they decided to release as well as release that merger information at the same time, or release their earnings at the same time. Did I know I thought I made a change to it. Let me make sure I've still got it here. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's your... I removed it from the weekly chart, my 200-day, I removed it. You know, keep an eye on ANAB. Now I have a price alert set right up here. I mean, this has a lot of room. It's had a great week so far. It touched, let's see, the high right there is 24.30, and it touched it 24.44, so it just, about a dime over. Let's see if it takes it out again, because look left on this weekly chart. Look at all the room it's got. I mean, we're talking a $24 stock if it gets it up there to 40s. I'm not saying it's going to do that. What's here? The 200-day is here. I've always only used the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. It would happen to be on the weekly because, when I did a duplicate of the chart and I changed it to weekly, it showed up there but I've removed it. I only pay attention to it on the daily chart. But sometimes I would see it here and I would forget that I was looking at it at a weekly instead of a daily. That's all. Lazy, that's another one I guess I should mention. Lazy. A little gap up for Lazy. 14% on withdrawal of proposed share offering. So, okay, so they were going to do a financing, I guess. Put that news out there, and now they've decided to withdraw it. Yeah, I mean, I remember BNTX when it was all the way down here, and then it had a massive spike up here. All right, Amarin. Actually, I saw this earlier, but I kind of discounted it a little bit here. But look at Amarin, guys. AMRN. You can see what might happen if it can take out that high right there. That's about a week and a half ago. I'm going to stick an alert at 557 for Amarin, AMRN. Positive PCI data. Okay, so they do have a little bit of news. And again, as always, look left. So, you know, you're just looking left and seeing what could possibly happen. Oh, yeah, William. Yeah, I remember he was long now. That's really, you know, the SEC, if there is a watchdog out there, I mean, that's just brutal, in my opinion. Absolutely brutal what happened here. Morning Real, GTT, yeah, right up here, yeah, 25, just sneaking in here, 25,000 shares. Sell infrastructure unit for about $2 billion to I Squared Capital for $2 billion. What's the float? Eh, it's not a low float, 41 million. Imagine if this were like 2 million in the float. All right, 9:17. Let's check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Almost equal upgrades and downgrades this morning. So let's take a look at some of them. Upgrades first. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. This is the first day I think I've seen almost as many downgrades as upgrades in a long time. All right, there are the upgrades, downgrades from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything from Goldman. SEDG upgraded by Goldman. Oh, it's a really expensive one, okay. Maxon, MAXN, downgraded by Goldman. Let's see. So a little downgrade by Goldman on MAXN. Okay, so SGBX is starting to fade maybe just a little bit here. What's the high? 464. Yeah, it's a sort of dollar off the highs in the pre-market. SGBX. Some kind of a deal they've done with Blink, BLNK. I think Blink was up a little bit also. BLNK. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's up. Yeah, actually not bad. 157,000 shares. I wonder what sort of debt these guys had. So they're selling for $2 billion. Where are they out of? And that's GTT. Yeah, it's pretty, again, it's just, I guarantee the class action lawsuit guys, lawyers are going to come out of the woodwork on this one for NAV. Tank the stock 2 days ago and bring it right back up. Ooh, I didn't. I can't remember the other one. Definitely ANAB. I don't recall talking about another one like that though. I did see that financing, yes, and yeah, again, one of these that $42 a share, so it's over. You know what? I wanted to look at the SIBN. So they did the financing at $22 yesterday. Still kind of hanging tough. They'll pull back a little bit, but they did their financing at 22. So this is still pretty strong over their financing. All right, I don't have very many stocks on my watch list today. I don't know how many are going to actually trigger today. There's not too many that I could really find last night. So let's see what happens. If you want to follow along, just go to the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list, right there. Okay, and you'll get these windows. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you load anything from the channel bar. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. And as always, we'll start to get some alerts here right when the market opens, more than likely. Nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. And I'm still, yeah, see the JMIA actually had a little pop this morning. So I'm still, this is in the demo, the swing of JMIA. Let's see if it can really start to fill in this area. BMRA continues down here. Again, I don't see any specific news. There's obviously something going on. I'm checking to see if there's a financing or... I don't see a financing. I don't see any... What is it? It's a... well, I guess it's a bio. I don't see any news on it. Torps, you posted it? Okay, I didn't see it. Did it really? Well, I have here the filings. Yeah, quarterly report, but I didn't. Well, okay, maybe it's another one that released. We have October 20th. I do see that. I did see that, but it didn't seem to be the same as an earnings release. But okay. All right. Take recommendations for the platform. Not sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about our if you're wanting to make a recommendation, excuse me, something you'd like to see, your best bet is to coming from a member is more powerful than coming from me. So info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. Not shortable for us, a real. At least it's not now. Maybe it was earlier for GTT, but it's not shortable now. Yeah, Schlumberger just taking a bit of a. So this is actually earnings, October 16th pre-market. So this is an earnings play, SLB. So it is starting to move down here. 1553 might hold it, but if that doesn't hold it, I'm going to stick an alert right around here for Schlumberger and okay. Yeah, I did see JBH just out of my price range. I guess I could have mentioned it, but yeah, missed earnings or there's earnings release, but it's starting to move, starting to come back a bit, JBHT. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great end to this trading week. I'm going to keep an eye on cars, see if it's trying. It looks like it's trying to hold 10. And of course, if it can hold 10 and start to move, had a couple of upgrades yesterday, had earnings yesterday, and kind of it was terrible intraday, and then at the very end of the day, it started to move higher. Okay, one moment, please. I'm on mute, yes. So watching, look at the volume coming in. So this, I'm just saying, this is going to trade the float easily today, 155 million, 141. I was explaining why MTC did not show up here. Every now and then, and the MTC happens to be a China company. I don't know if that's a specific reason, but you know, I've got my earnings per share filter. I have my earnings per share filter in here that I use in order to block ETFs. Sometimes that blocks stocks too, every now and then. And that's why MTC did not show up in my here. So if you're using this one and wondering why, that's why. All right, guys. SLB Schlumberger is now, I mean, this is at the lows right there. If it takes this out, the next support might be around 1450. This is an earnings play. Again, it's early. It is early, early, early. Yeah, look at VIPS. Look at the volumes coming into some of these. Look at VIPS. Look at the room. It's got 2347 on that weekly chart up to that area. It's at 19 right now. This is nonstop right now. VIPS. Yeah, what a great IPO yesterday, Ari. What a great IPO. I mean, the IPO I think was at 22, so I mean, look, we're closed at 36. Putting another little move right now. Guys, keep an eye on NDM. You know, it takes this out right here. I mean, look at the two highs on that weekly chart. It's 489 there and 486 there. You know, I'd like to see a break of 5. I mean, this could really get going again. I mean, it's already had a tremendous run on the daily chart for NNDM. There's NNDM right there now. It's 492. Boy, I wish I had held this. With the power of the low float, 4 million in the float. It's already traded 3.9 million. LI on the way down a little bit here. Let's see if it can hold 20. LI. Plug. So some of these EVs now are, you know, I remember this happened yesterday at the beginning of the day in the EV sector, and then they came back somewhat. Boom, guys. Look at NNDM taking out 5. Look at the volume coming in. So it's already traded the float. All right, well, if you have the AI, you know we have one early one. Okay, so this was an IPO back here. This is trying to come back. VNT, I guess this was an IPO. VNT, it is trying to come back. What's the high rate there? Is 28, almost $29. So stick an alert right there. See if it takes that out later on and starts to fill in this void area. And that's the VNT. Excuse me. Ah, man, I wish there had been shorts available for me, for Hertz, HTZ. All right, at the back, let's see what sort of resistance there is now for NNDN. So there's a high right there at 535, but if it can take out that, I mean, it's got room to, 760 or so. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but these are all little resistance areas. It's just got to get through till you come to what I consider a really big resistance area for NNDM. Nice, yeah, boy, what an IPO. Well, there's a big move for space. Look at this move for space today on that daily chart, taking all this out, and it has a shot. I mean, on the weekly chart, 25 or so. $5.50. There it goes, NNDM. Another one that I was itching to short, just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, SGBX. Oh, maybe it was the VIPS, VIPS. Maybe that's the one I was talking about that had room. Right, I think you're asking me the NAB. I think this one obviously has room. Let's see now if it can settle down, just hold 19 and then move from there. That's VIPS. Another one that just tanked once the market opened. And it's hard to see a pattern here. Used to be able to see a lot of shorts available at IB for some of these cheaper ones, and I'm not seeing them as much now. Another one, I mean, look at this, ASLN, $4 down to $2.14. I mean, Some of these press releases. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look at JMIA. Okay, guys. ANAB is right at this really critical level. What's the volume? The volume is, it's very sparse right now. It's a low float, 24 million. I wish the volume were a lot more because, I mean, look what this one could do, ANAB. Yeah, that's gonna be. I mean, I'd be a little wary of 25. That's that is a psychological number, to get through. But boy, if I mean it popped through that like nothing in the pre-market. Well, let's see what happens on NLS. See if we can get through 25. Yeah, are you gonna? I don't know if I really believe that bottoming tail there. Now, let's put an alert around 1017 for cars. That's the after hours high and kind of the pre-market high for cars. Actually, that's pre-market, sorry. So, see if we can take it out. Again, has room. Look left. It has room. And NDM continues its surge. What a so there's a double in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. A double. Okay, IPOC getting a little frisky now. Again, this is the one that I do want to take at some point, but I'm still waiting for about an 11 break. Okay, and this would be, well, let me in fact make sure I have my price alert set up here. This would be, a quote unquote long-term hold for me. Just banking on the fact that eventually the guy who controls all these IPO A to Z's is going to get this one running at some point. Now look at Amicus. What a move it's had over the last few days too. Look at this weekly move for Amicus. FOLD. Well, William, I wish you well on NNDM, just maybe a little bit later. Okay. Now look at AMRX. Was this in my? I didn't. No action pre-market for AMRX. A good volume now. 8 times normal. Another one. Look at that monthly chart for AMRX. And right there, 579 is the high. I mean, it's got a ton of room. This is shortable for me, so I'm going to be watching this one as it approaches right there. I mean, there's 546. That's a AMRX. Approaches that 547 and the 550 mark. That could stall it. Yeah, definitely keep an eye on AMRX, a potential short coming up here, guys. I mean, with you know, this little resistance area here, plus 550. Space on the move, man. As I mentioned this one just a little earlier, taking all this out. What a great move. Coming into some resistance on that monthly chart. Just watching AMRX. All right, guys, man, VIPS now is on the move again. And this has room. I mean, look left on that weekly chart. This has a ton of room. VIPS. And that's what we call boom. Look at this one move now. VIPS. All right, guys, I did initiate a little short on this AMRX. I want to see at 539. Let's see if it can hold underneath. Gets back up there, I'm out, and I might reshort it if it really stalls at 550. I'm looking at this a bit of a scalp play, guys, because I mean it's strong stock, and I'm doing it a little bit earlier than I like, but Wow, VIPS guys, what a move. Just took that high out right there and exploded off that. Okay, give me one more move down for AMRX. Halted, KXIN. Oh, this was a crazy one yesterday. Yeah, KXIN, China Auto, I believe. Yeah, so look at the week. Look, I mean, look what happened 2 days ago, I guess. From 53 cents all the way up to 218. Excuse me. And this is actually, it's not a low float, 38 million. It's not a crazy low float. Okay, guys, I'm just watching AMRX. And of course, VIPS continues its surge. 20 might stall it. All right, guys, I took some out at 529. The MRX. Okay, WIMI, WIMI. Haven't seen this one for a few days. Remember, well, how many days ago? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 days ago, all the way up to 822. Trying to make a little surge here. Low float, 11 million in the float. Not huge volume yet. Right to JKS, 5 minutes. So funny. Well, what is it doing? Okay, guys, so NNDN is right back up. Okay, if you're in this one, the VIPS, just be aware of that 20. Some of these whole numbers are more psychological than others, and 20 might be tougher to get through. We'll have to see. Okay, guys, I'm out of the AMRX. Okay, I thought it would be just a quick short or a quick scalp. Ah, there it is, 20. Wow, who cares about 20, right? 2008. Meanwhile, yes, look at this JMIA. So held it through thick and thin. So there we are. So open P&L right now, $465. Give me a moment, please. All right, so KXIN was a 5-minute halt. KXIN, look at it go. Wow. KXIN was halted at 207. And this is not a crazy low float. 38 million in the float. It's not a crazy low float. And it just got halted again. Now let's take a look at this on that weekly chart or a monthly chart. Now, this is not an IPO. I think what happened is it was a name change, symbol name change. So it looks like it started right here. Yes, it's warming up. It is. IPOC, it is warming up. Sure, what's the float? The float is, so right there, you see that 38 million? When you check a stock, you'll see all stocks, of course, are going to have how many shares are outstanding, the total number of shares that have been issued. But what happens is you subtract what the insiders and say mutual fund, not on these low ones, but just I'm just in general, you start subtracting what insiders own and mutual funds. And when you subtract that from the shares outstanding, you'll get the float. And the float, in essence, is the number of shares that are available for trading every day. Okay? Now, with these, you'll hear me talk about a low float situation. So the lower that number, and 38 is not excessively low, but some of these are like 2 million, 2, 3, 4 million. So the lower that number, that is basically the supply of stock that's available for trading. So I'm not going to use my house analogy yet, but it's just like any other commodity on earth, supply and demand. So if you have low supply and high demand for whatever reason, price shoots up. So the demand is, whatever, some kind of a catalyst. Either it's a hot sector or they actually have a press release or some kind of a catalyst is propelling the stock and traders pile into it. So when there's a very, very low supply, this is, these are the sort of crazy moves that can happen. Well, I use IB, Interactive Brokers. Trade Ideas does not have a broker. We're not a brokerage. We're a scanning tool. We can link with many brokerage platforms, but we're not a broker. So I trade through Interactive Brokers. You can. I don't recommend it. Okay. I mean, you can though. Yeah, that's what auto trading is all about. You can set up. I'm going to go over this in a little bit. If you have your own strategy that you want to auto trade, you can practice in our simulator. You will need our premium service in order to do that. But if you want to auto trade, but you can practice and see how it would work. Oh no, you can use this to trade. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this to trade. I'm going to go over this and give me about 10, 15 minutes. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use Brokerage Plus to trade your live account. You can also use it as a simulator, but Interactive Brokers is the only one it works with. No, I'm not even gonna. Yeah, we've been working forever trying to get other ones, but I'm not holding out. So if an IB account, you can trade this, but you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to trade using trade ideas. NNDM guys, I'm sorry, William. I just hate to go against a fellow member. That's all. But look at this JMIA. I mean, guys, there's that. This is look at the gap still. I mean, it still has room to run to that 20. I think it's going to do that. And look at the move in the SPY. Wow. Nice, big move in the SPY. Just underneath that price, Torps. Now NK, I have this was actually a long bias, thinking it might get up to 10 and attack this area. So I would actually look at this as a potential bounce. Okay, I would look at, especially with the market doing what it's doing, I would look at this as maybe a potential bounce off 922. We'll have to just have to watch it. Okay, well, AMRX is right back up. So again, that was a quick short for me, but now let's see if it can, what is it going to do at 550? And right here, I mean, look at all these topping tails on that weekly chart. One moment, please. Okay, on the way down, ADAP. On the way down, look at this. Look at the room underneath. This one has ADAP and it's broke down through 7. And this is just provides complete contents of its SITC abstract. So obviously, whatever those contents are, market doesn't like it. Wow, ADAP is just cruising down. Yeah, all the AI alerts, kind of out of the price range I like to trade. Just kind of looking at them right now. Everything is here. Everything is here, either in the scans tab, okay, or in the room drive icon. Click on that, scans that I share, download. All the scans, including the basic new highs, etc., are there, okay? Well, give it time, William. All right, AMRX. Let's see, are you going to stall right here? I mean, look at these topping tails all over the place. Plus, 550 can be a bit of a psychological barrier. 50 cents for the cheaper stocks. There you go. There's your wish. Wow, ALDX. And this one. Yeah, so it's there. John W. Again, just have to find it. Scans and basic new highs and lows right here. Okay. Just click on the scans tab or click on the room drive icon and you'll be able to load them all, show them all, download, and they'll go to a Word document and that one is there. All you have to do is copy the link and load it. Now I made one change on this. It is a 2-day high now. Go, go. Oh man. I really wish I'd held this now. I did get back in, but this is got this one here at right around 420. Sold it. Actually, it was a little after hour, 4:55. That was yesterday. Comes on my alert right here at 5:22. Wow. This is in the simulator, man. I've taken a couple of trades, well actually 3 trades. All right, keep an eye on WIMI. WIMI is basing a little bit here. So guys, this is, oh, wait a minute, KXIN, so is it finally collapsed? No! Oh man! KXIN, I cannot believe it. It's been halted again. 3 halts, no pullback, well, a little bit of one there, but it didn't hold. Wow. So, here's a word about this one. So at 9:45, you got the alert at 5:22. Okay, there it was. Now look what it did. It touched 5. You don't have to, act right away. Watch to see how it's trading a little bit, and then as it came back up, gave you a shot. That was you had about 10 minutes to decide. Well, I think 6. I mean, 6 might stall it. The next high, I'm being asked how much room I think this one has in NDM. Just trying to see. Yeah, I mean, the next high on the monthly chart is 752. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, it's just on an absolute mission here. I mean, 6 could, I don't know, 6 could block it. Oh, JKS, 10 o'clock. Did it do it? Oh, no. Oh my gosh, I didn't do it. I forgot about it. What a day. I was a little worried. So there are not a lot of stocks in my watch list today, so I wasn't sure how many would actually trigger. But you only need one good one. All right. Well, I'm out some of this. I mean, I can't. I don't know if it's going to take out six, so I'm out some of this now. Somebody mentioned Taco earlier. Probably was on the way up. No, on the way down. Wow, it's an earnings play too. Boy, look at the run up ahead of earnings. A lot of people probably thought, okay, be good earnings, post market release, boom, collapse. It's amazing, here are the bets being placed right there. I don't even know what these guys do. Are these the 3D guys too? And NDM? You know what's this today anyway? What I'm seeing a lot more trending plays today. I mean, look at this. Nice trends. You just had a lot of chop yesterday that I was seeing. Well, the things that I was following anyway. Of course, remember what the market was doing. The market was just chopping up and down. Yeah, I see SI popping here. SY popping. It is shortable. Thought they had something to do with 3D. I guess I'm wrong. Well, KXIN is now open again. All right, okay, here we go. Okay, now I stuck this in here. I don't usually put stocks over 20 in my watch list, but I stuck this in here. This is the IPO from yesterday, Ari. Lost sight of the AMRX. The AMRX is rejected at that 550 so far. And it looks like we might even get a cross. All right, guys. Array. ARAY. Maybe people are confusing it with ARRY. Let's hope so. I'm in this one now. The stop will basically be there. I'm sorry, at right around 3 if it moves back down. And that's ARAY, and that's from my watch list. It's not a low float. Okay, so KIXN got halted now on the way down. Okay, this is not shortable for me anyway. Okay, guys, watching this market ripping here. Yeah, you're right. Maybe they are smelling stimulus. Do I only trade stocks under 10? No, I sort of cap it around 20. This is personal preference. Somebody asked me I only trade stocks under 10. Just happens today that they're under 10, but yeah, well, that's what we call a. You're talking about the BMRA? Yeah, so we have actually the gap down and reverse. This is one of the scans I'm actually sharing. If you click on the scans tab, what is it called here? I think I'm sharing it. Yeah, gap continuation or reverse. So there are 4 strategies in there, okay? Gap continuation or reverse. So what that means is, so that this was a gap down and then reverse. That may have picked this one up. Look at that. Look at the SPY here, guys. Look at that big green candle. Me personally, no, I don't trade. Like if you're talking Facebooks and things like that, no, typically I don't. I don't find that the percentage move is going to be big enough for me. But lots of other people in this trading room, I mean, you're in this, you want to come into the other trading room, a lot of other traders are, will trade, the higher cap stocks, higher price stocks. I'll give you the link. Yeah, this is a yeah, I'm looking at the CIT. Okay, so I put this again. This is a little out of the price range that I normally look at in my watch list, but I put it on there in case it takes out 30. You can look left on that KRA. You look left, and it has room on the weekly chart. All right, guys. So you I might start picking away at this IPOC. This is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. Okay, this is just a hunch. What's my hunch? Well, do you know anything about these IPO and the ABCD? And he's going to try to go all the way up to Z, I think. You should read about it. So, I mean, it came out. It's a SPAC, okay, and I just think eventually it might get going. It looks like it's trying today, but this is a longer term hold for me. Oh, I see. IPOC. It's called IPOC. So you probably know I was in IPOB. Now this is IPOC. It's the same guy. He wants to create, his little. I call it a cute thing he's doing. IPO A to Z. And they're all SPACs. Wimmy. Okay, guys. Darn, I missed that break. Wimmy. WIMI. I'm afraid to look at Zoom. Oh, if I get an open P&L here of 1,000, I'll take some off. How's that for the JMIA? Boy, I know I just mentioned ADAP. I don't know. That's 7. CCNC has been halted out of China. Another China stock just got halted. Now, not very much volume yet, but I'm going to tell you it is going to explode on the open if this bid ask, when it resumes, if this bid ask remains. I see 125 was halted at 99 cents. The volume will explode. And what sort of room does it have? Finally got going. Okay, CIT, nice call reel. It's also an AI call. You know, it almost got stopped out, but not quite. So I think next week we are going to see a lot more action out of Holly Neal because there are the earnings season will really start next week. I mean, we've had some earnings this week, of course, with the banks and AA, but earnings season will really get rolling next week. And Holly Neal seems to be able to find those earning stocks mainly because they're high volatility, high relative volume. That's what we've noticed the last two earnings seasons since Neo's been around. Well, even Ari, 39.69, over 40 now. All right, it is 10:30. What a morning. So different from yesterday. Remember yesterday how the SPY was chopping around, was up, down, up, down, up, down. We had topping tails, bottoming tails. Look at the difference today. Look at this move. So, if you are new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, you know what I'm going to say. If you're new to the room and a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Click on the Scans tab in the trading room right there. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Now, if you want to look at them in a more leisurely way, you can click on the Room Drive icon and Scans that I share, download. That'll take you to a Word document. All the scans will be there. You see something you might want to take a look at, like my basic new highs and lows. All you have to do is copy the link within your Word document, and then File, Load from Cloud. The link will appear in this box here, and then you just load it. If you like it, don't forget to save it to the cloud. Anything that you load from me or anybody else, or make sure you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. So it's in your cloud, so you can't lose it. I'm also sharing in that Room Drive icon all the links that I will talk about. You can download those also. A lot of training links, etc. But what I do want to do, I want to go over a couple of things. First of all, I want to put the trade of the week on its own as a link. Why? Now, no guarantee that next, Monday's trade of the week is going to be as good as this past Monday's. But you can sign up for a free service. Sign up for it right there. The trade of the week this week was NIO. I don't have to tell you what it did. I mean, the trigger was 22, got up to 29, so about 30%. And it's still in theory viable. So that's the trade of the week. Now let's talk about subscriptions to Trade Ideas. All right, you'll notice I've got a homepage link right there. So if you click on that homepage link, you'll go to this page. There's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. So we have a premium plan, annual $22.68 a year, a standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are other differences, but the main reason anybody wants to take our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can always go month to month. You can try us out. You know, standard monthly is $118 less that 15%. The premium is $228 less the 15%. If at any time you'd like to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so and we'll honor that 15% promo code. Also on my homepage, there's another Trade of the Week link. So you get the Trade of the Week delivered to your inbox, usually about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens Monday morning. I do a daily recap every day. You can sign up for all of our training and webinars, etc. right here. I like to put this one link on its own also. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I would really recommend you take a look at the 20 short lessons. Okay, the 20 short lessons. And of course you can go at your own pace. I mean, you can do it way fast. It was sort of a more marketing, 20 lessons in 20 days. But I mean, they're all text-based, very quick, but going over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? Build a top list. What is an alert window? Create an alert window. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas. Also, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you want to see what some of the basic features are, you can click on that link and you can see how we do things. Daily support sessions. So there's also a YouTube feed which is concurrent to this trading room feed. I moderate that. It's basically the same. I mean, they can hear me and they can see my screen. Just not as much interactivity among traders. So I moderate that between 9 and noon, and then one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over from 12 to 1, and then I resume from 1 to 3. So I take a break in this room between 12 and 12:30. So if you want to pop over to the YouTube feed, then you do so. Here's the free trading room. And the daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived, so you can sign up for them all right here. And we have more educational videos here and trading books and documents. So on my homepage link, lots of good information. Now I want to talk about the AI and Brokerage Plus. So let's first talk about the AI. And I'm looking at watching to see it. So what did it do? Wow. Remember I said it was going to explode? Because the bid ask was 125 when it was halted at 99 cents. Exploded did. And now it is still moving. Wow. Look at these percentage moves, guys. I mean, 142%. It's just somebody asked me why I don't. Well, no, didn't ask me why I don't trade large caps. They asked if I did trade large caps, and this is in the YouTube feed. I said no. One of the reasons is, I mean, you just can't get these percentage gains. Yeah, now, are these risky? Of course. Meanwhile, ADAP just continues down. All right, and it's coming into the 200-day. 627 is the 200-day moving average right down there. So this is what the AI is all about. We have 50 what we call baseline strategies. They get optimized. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work in optimizing these strategies. Runs through this optimization routine. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut, okay, out of the 50. Now, this is my recommendation on how to monitor the alerts that you get all day long. From the toolbar, click on New. From the toolbar, click on New, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. When that happens, when you pop, this is the box you'll see. Okay, now I don't display it because it's not fair to those of you with the premium service. And I'm not going to display anything. I may talk about an AI alert after the fact if it's moved, but I'm not going to, if you have the premium service, so that's how I would watch it. If you don't see all, okay, if you don't see all, then right click on that box and click on segments and then check all. Now, what I would also do is once you have that window up, I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So when you close down at the end of the day, save your work. When you open up Monday, that box, the strategy trades all window will be there. So you don't have to do it every morning. Okay? And when you get the alert, it's a real-time alert. You don't have to take the trade immediately. You can kind of watch it if you want. And there's a stop. So it's up to you to manage the trade. Now this is the Brokerage Plus window. Only available from the app. It is not available from the web-based version. So again, you click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Where are you? Right there, Brokerage Plus. Again, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Two ways to use the Brokerage Plus window. If you want to trade your money, you would need an interactive broker's account, and then you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account. Okay? Now listen, people get a little confused. You don't have to have interactive brokers to use trade ideas. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus to use trade ideas. Okay? If you have another broker, it's fine. Okay, it's just that it's a feature that if you do want to trade using this Brokerage Plus window, setting up things like one-click trading, and I'm going to drop a video in here. And it's going to show you exactly how to do all of that. Again, only if you have an interactive broker's account. Meanwhile, ELTK, what's happening to you? Wow, so many great moves to take. Look at this move. 470 to 685. Oh, man. All right, the other way to use this, and this is what I would 100% recommend if you're new to trading. Before you start trading with your money, in other words, committing money to the market, your money to the market, practice, practice, practice. When you load the Brokerage Plus window, all you have to do is check simulated trading, and then it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what broker you have, okay? Using our real-time data. And it's very simple to do. You just click on an alert. You'll see the symbol shows up here. Here's the number. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. If you can pick the price you want to get in at, you can sell. If you're shorting, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. Okay, very, very simple. You can also use it to practice swing trading. That's what I've done here. I took this JMIA, I don't know, 3 days ago maybe. So you can practice swing trading. And how you do that, you take the trade, and as long as if you don't close it out at the end of the day, then it'll just carry forward until you close it out. So you can practice swing trading using this simulated trader. Give me one moment, please. Sorry about that. So again, you could just practice, and so if you wanted to take this trade right here, ALDX, okay, I'm just going to show you how you can do it. You buy 200 shares at the market. Am I connected? Yeah. So there I am, 824, so I took 200 shares, all right, again, in the simulator. And now you always have a stop, okay? Not every trade is going to work, so you have to have, if it starts working against you, you have to have an area where you're going to get out of the trade that makes sense, okay? Now that's, where some experience comes into play, obviously, knowing where you're going to put a stop and all. You look for areas of support on the chart, okay? So I'm going to I'll just put the stop here at 8, show you how you can do it. Add the stop order. 8, add it, and you're going to see it'll show up right on the chart. See, right there. So there's that red line. So if it goes down to $8, I'll be taken out for a $47 loss. I can also put a target if I want. Just put 850. And you'll see how it gets added right on the chart. Yeah, you can't see the number up here, but there it is. It's hard, it's a big little messy. You can't really read how much, but you get the idea that so if the price starts to go up to 850, you'll be taken out. Now these lines can be moved right on the chart. So you can use this like a trailing stop. If it starts to really work, you can start moving your stop right on the chart, up right on the chart. You don't have to do it that way. If you want to get out, if I wanted to get out of my trade right now, I just flatten the trade. That flatten is get out. I can get out of half the trade. I can double my position. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. If I want to get out of 50 shares, and I can pick the price. So it's very, very easy to use, and I would absolutely recommend that that's what you do. You can also do things like, let's just say I wanted to take this trade at 8. Now let's take another one. Okay, let's say I wanted to take this on a pullback. I wouldn't be doing, I'm just going to show you how you can do it. Let's say I pull back to 39, okay? Looking at that 2-minute chart, I pull back to 39, ARI. So, I'll just put 39. I'm going to buy at 39. And you'll see right there, so if the price gets down to 39, it'll take the trade. Now, of course, I don't have to, I can, again, move this wherever I want. But right now, I can take this trade. I'll take this trade at 39 if it pulls back there. Could also do You know, if I wanted it to break a certain, maybe a high of the day, I could have done the same thing. I could have just said, okay, I want to take the trade if it hits 41.93. Just put 41.93 in the price and the stop, buy it, and you would have seen a line up here. So if the price went up to that level, it would take the trade. So it's very, very flexible, very easy to use, and it's using our real-time data. So it doesn't matter what brokerage account you're using. All right. So what do we got here? So again, if I wanted to get out, remember I was just demonstrating how you do this. So if I wanted to get out right now. Now the other thing I like to have open is the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Okay. Now if I got up, so right now, this hardly moved. I got in at 824. It obviously got maybe at 824.50 or something like that, or 0.5. So my max P&L, if I got it right at the high, I would have made 50 cents. Right now I'm down $19. Okay, so why do I like this? Let's just say, for argument's sake, that this goes up to 850, 860, and you would see what it would be showing what my max P&L would be, and then it starts to move down. Well, obviously you don't want to, I don't know what I'd be up if I was up 850. What's that, 25 cents? So say I'd be up $50, okay? And if I let this thing go down to 824 and then down below, and I exited for, say, a $25 loss, well, that wouldn't be good, obviously. You want it to have again, these are just low numbers, I get it, but imagine if you were up $500 on a stock and then you allowed yourself to take a $100 loss. Something like that. So that's why I like to see the max P&L. I'm not saying you can get out right at the very top. Not impossible, but not likely. But it just gives you a gauge when you do exit a trade. Well, how well did you do? The other thing I love, though, is the distance from the exit price. So let's just say, for argument's sake, I get out of the trade at 850. And then it starts to drift down and it goes to $8. And well, that's going to show me, that would be a minus number. That would show me how far under the exit price is it. You want to see a nice big negative number. That's going to show you that, well, I obviously exited at a good time, because look what it did after I exited. It really moved down. So I like to have these two columns open. It gives me an idea, am I managing my exits pretty well? Now, let's take a look at ELTK. And actually, what happened to CNCC? Okay, so it's halted on the way down. And I'm looking here, 134, 134. And the market now, okay, after that beautiful, beautiful run here, starting to fade just a little bit. So I'm not, it's interesting because now I'm not getting any new highs, which is making sense as the market is starting to fade a bit. Though a lot of these are smaller caps. Most of the time, they don't care what the rest of the market is doing within reason. They're kind of trading on their own. They don't care what the sector it's doing is whatever sector they're in. Usually, they don't care what that's doing. SGBX, let's take a look at SGBX. Yeah, still not shortable. All right, well, this is a snoozer so far, ARAY. I'm still in it, but it is, I say, it's a real snoozer. No reason for me to get out. I rarely will get out of a trade out of boredom, even if I'm only up a couple of pennies. Rarely will I do that. If it had been drifting down to 308 or something, even though my get out of town stop is 3, if it was drifting down, I would probably get out of it. The fact I'm up like 3 cents, obviously no big deal, but there's no real reason to get out of it, and rarely see me get out of a trade because of boredom. If I'm up, even if I'm only up a little bit. Because you never know. You just absolutely never know. I mean, what happens if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, traders want to take a stab at this and look at this. I mean, they get a volume bar like that and just pop it up. So at this point, you see, with the ALD, if I was really in this trade, even though my stop is at 8, I'd be getting out of this trade now. In fact, I'll show you how easy it is. Just flatten it, okay, and now I'm out of the trade, okay? Because yes, my stop was 8, but if I were in this trade really, I would not like the way it's trading. Can always get back in. Commissions are so cheap, so I could put my alert back at 825 and see if it moves back up to that area and get back into the trade. And it's funny you mentioned Radio Shack. So Radio Shack is still going strong in Canada, if you can believe it. It's now called The Source. I guess the Canadian franchisers took over the Radio Shack franchise in Canada, renamed it The Source, and it's still pretty strong, believe it or not. Well, let's get rid of 1B, and now you're talking about my favorite store, absolutely. Look at Best Buy, man oh man. All-time high for Best Buy, BBY. That I'm not sure about, Grumpy. You know the answer. Of course I know, you're just fooling around. It's strange, William. You're able to, Fidelity now seems to have more shorts for these cheap ones than IB now. Very strange. I'm looking at CCNC, not shortable. At Interactive Brokers. Hello, N. Martin. Okay, keep an eye on ALDX. I mean, take a look at this. There's the high over here, which is 805. So it's above that high right there, kind of resting a little bit. Just a Okay, guys, sorry about that. So yeah, keep an eye on ALDX. I mean, just look what's happening. Kind of basing nicely. The 2 and the 5. We have some bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, what do these bottoming tails signify? You know, at one point the price was down there. Sellers were trying to knock it down. Buyers closed it up. Again, they tried. The sellers knocked it down here. Buyers closed it up. They're trying again. Eventually, one side is going to give up. You know, the buyers might say, you know, if the sellers keep at it, and eventually the buyers might give up, or the sellers are going to give up and say, okay, you can have it for a while. Okay, you can go ahead, ask, can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. It's really hard for me to answer, okay, good. It's really hard for me to answer questions text-wise. Okay, great. And you're going to record me, all right? I better make it good. Better have the answer on the first take. All right, so I have an alert set, price alert set for a break of 825 for the ALDX. Oh yeah, I'm not I'm not stuffing. Yeah, I'll wait for your question. Yeah, I can't help you there, Kaiser. I have no idea why that would. So are you're trading your live account? But you're trading your live you're trading your live account. You're trading real money. No. Okay. So Calvin will help you. Oh, you were asking that question before regarding the blue arrow. This is a few days ago. You just couldn't hear me. Is that correct? Okay. But didn't you say you were using the web-based version? I thought I answered you. If you're using the web-based version, the blue arrows do not show up. It's that simple. Okay. Okay, well, if you click on a real-time alert, if you get an alert, because it's not an option, it's not something you have to, it's not kind of option saying I want to see blue arrows. If I click on an alert, okay, say NNDM at 9:45, you'll see a blue arrow, and it's just telling you where the alert happened. That's all. Okay? So on the 5-minute candle, it's telling you where the alert happened. On the 15-minute candle, okay, that's all it's telling you. So you can go back in time. If I click on this one, array at 10:15, there was the alert. On the 5-minute candle, there it is on the 15-minute candle. That's all it is. Okay? It just happens. You don't have to do anything. If you can't see it, remember, it has to be on an intraday. Okay, it has to be intraday. Well, the alert, I mean, you have to create your windows. You know, you can either use, I'm sharing a lot of scans, but I mean, you have to create some kind of a scan, or use mine, or go to the channel bar, and you have to have something to click on. Yes. Have you taken? You sound like, I don't know how new you are then to trade ideas, but you probably then should take a look at these 20 short lessons. Well, my strategy, your strategy, it doesn't matter. Okay? Anything that you click on, if you have an alert window that you create, anything will create that blue arrow. Not just mine. Okay? Is that clear? Yeah, you can, but I'm sharing. You might want to do something like this. These are all the scans that I'm sharing. If you click on the room drive icon, okay, click on the room drive icon and scans that I share. Click on the download link, and then it'll go to a Word document. All the scans that I'm sharing are there, including, the basic new highs and lows. And then you can just take a look at them, and all you have to do is copy the link, and then file load from cloud. And then that link will appear right in that box, and then click on load, and you're good to go. Yeah, there are alert windows, there are top list windows. I'm just sharing a lot of different scans. Don't forget to save. Well, yeah, once you have it on your screen, right click, save or share to cloud. Save. Okay, so now, it'll be there for you. Shoot, I wanted to get into ALDX again. Remember, I was just saying, if it breaks out through that area, but another one that was good was the AMRX. Remember, I was saying a lot earlier about rejecting at 50. This is I took a quick trade, short on this one, and then I was talking about how it might get rejected at 50. Did it ever? How does one limit the number of stocks in a top list window? Okay, Slava, can you hear me, and can you see what I'm going to do? Okay. So here's a top list window. All right. Right click. Time frame. Set record count. And it's right there. Okay, I have 50 right there. So my recommendation is that, for all top list windows, you don't go over 100. Not necessary, in my opinion, to go over 100. And one of the things is, if you have a lot of top list windows, the maximum you can put is 1,000. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you have 5 or 6 top list windows and you put 1,000 in here. Understanding what the top list window has to do, it gets updated every 30 seconds. That means it's, if it's having to run through 1,000 symbols every 30 seconds, and you've got a number of top list windows open, that is how your trade ideas can really slow down for you. Okay, give me a moment here, guys. I do have to change my headset. All right, I'm back. Okay, guys. So remember, I was talking about why I like to see this max P&L. So remember, this is the ARI. Remember, this is in the simulator, all right? So at one point, I was up $159. At this point, well, it actually went down to $9. I'm back up, 27. But at one point, it was up $159. So this is what I was talking about. It's good, so if I exit right now, I wouldn't consider that a very good exit. I mean, if it's moving down, I've got to get out of the trade. Don't get me wrong. But, you want to get as close to that number as you can. You just don't want to see like something you're up $160 turn into like a $100 loss, as an example. All right, so Mojo, yeah. Okay, Kaiser, let me just answer Mojo first. So in my channel, so I'm assuming you clicked on my channel, so you're expecting to see this. Okay, so the channel that I've got is only getting you to focus on this. Okay. One of the things, if you notice, most of our channels they don't have a lot of different alert windows or top list windows and all that. So the whole idea of this is to get, especially for new traders, but even myself, just to focus on a few stocks for the day. So that's why in my channel, this is all you're going to see, plus a couple of charts. You're not going to see everything else. If you want everything else, you have to, load those individual windows. Okay, Kaiser, so right click on the top list window, right click, time frame, set record count, and then you'll see it right there. Okay? So right click, time frame, set record count. Oh, I don't know. I mean, all I've said is don't put more than 100 in. There's no such thing as an ideal number, but I think 100 is too many. I would say I would never have a top list window with more than 100. I don't know if there's such a thing as an ideal number. I mean, I have 50 in here because I know I'm not going to have more than 50 ETFs. Okay? So, okay. So this array is, it's just inching its way up. Remember I was saying I'm still in this one at $3.14. And just waiting to see if we get some volume. Just get a volume burst, like a little bit of a volume bar to just pop it up. I mean, it's got room. The next high looking left, well, okay. The next high looking left is 331. So, that might be a little bit of a struggle. AMC, now why are you moving up? The big movie chain, of course, all rumors of bankruptcy, and then the CEO, I think it was on Monday, whether Monday or Tuesday, came out and said, hey, wait a minute, guys, that's a last resort. But this is a nice move. It's a high of 2 days ago was 320, so it's a good little move. It takes out 320, might have a shot up to that 4 level for AMC. Yeah, well, you might be joking about it's off HTZ, but you never know. I mean, I know what you mean. If Hertz could arrange some financing somehow, why can't AMC? All right, guys. So I've mentioned this one before. Again, you have to understand this is not a recommendation to swing this one, but I mean you have to look at this chart. I'm just pointing it out. ANAB. It's right at the highs here, those weekly candles. And then if you look left, it's got a ton of room, $15 right to there. Again, I'm not saying to swing it. I'm just pointing it out. It has to meet your plan. It is a bio, so it's risky. Obviously, something happened. Something happened on that one day or that week to really just cream the stock. I see. I'm following the thread in in Slack from our guys. Thank you, guys. Hilarious. Um, okay, what else is happening here? I have still not taken any of the IPOC. I'm going to wait on it a little bit. Want to see if it takes out. I'm going to be really stubborn. Wait to see if it takes out 11. And this would be a long-term one. I am talking about a longer term. It could be weeks, could be months. I don't know. All right, guys. So things have slowed down just a little bit for me here. Okay, so again, I just want to draw your attention. So you should never let this happen. I just wanted to really point this max P&L out and why I have it here. So at this point now, I'm down $78, okay, on the ARI in the simulator, when at one point it was up 160. So, I should not let that happen. If you're really watching your P&L, you should not let something like that happen. So at this point, I'm just going to flatten the trade. So the SPY is now wiping out that nice big green candle. This is the last, we have 12 minutes still to go for that last red candle to close. But look what's happening now. I'll just put the SPY here. So it is now wiping out that candle. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Marcus. I don't think about it that that closely in terms of algos and things. I really don't. I think that, especially a lot of stuff that, well, I do anyway. The ones that are under $20, typically, they're flying under the radar of anybody who's any of the big, like the funds and all that. So I don't really think there's that much attention paid to them. Speaking of, wow, look at NKLA. I noticed this was moving down earlier, but boy, this is ever moving down now. Is there more? Yeah, I mean, again, another law firm announcing a class action against them. They're coming out of the woodwork right now. All right, so I'm just reading something. The new CEO is downplaying the role of Badger that plays in the company's business, which is a stance diametrically opposite to the founder, of course, the disgraced founder, Trevor Milton. So I don't know if that's the reason for this big downturn, but boy, that's a big drop now. And 20. I mean, we're talking about back here. I can't remember what the SPAC was right around this area before it became Nikola. Or I must have been right here actually, right around 11 to 12. Actually, it was right there. That was the. Maybe not. I'm not sure exactly when the merger was finalized and the share and it changed, but flatten means close your position. Yes, flatten gets you out. Whether you're short something or long something, flatten is get out. Okay, that's just a hotkey we've got. And half is just getting out of half your position. Double your position. All right, guys. Well, I'm just going to wait on this array, see if it has any sort of a pop left. Oh, I see now your question. Yeah, your exit price is well. Yeah, if you haven't if you haven't exited anything, then you wouldn't have anything in your exit price, right? Does that make sense? I see that question now. Thought it was more complicated. How do you flatten double your position? Don't understand what you mean by that. Double is just going to, okay, so I've got 200 shares. I want to double it. Now I'll have 400 shares. And it'll go in, I guess, at the market. Flatten will just get me out of everything. Like all the shares I've got, it'll just flatten it. So I'm not sure I understand your excuse me, your question. Yeah, market is, I have another 7 minutes for this candle to close. It is now going to be an hour straight down. Just give me a second, guys. I'm just seeing if the support webinar is going to be on today. Andy normally does it on Fridays, and he can't do it today, and the other traders can't either. So I'm just seeing if Chris is going to be able to do it if he wants to. He's new, but I think he probably is very capable of doing it. We'll see if he says yes. SLB is, yeah, okay, why don't we just cancel it? It's only half an hour. Okay, so those of you in the YouTube feed, there will be no support webinar today. Okay, normally from 12 to 1, but all the traders are going to be tied up. Okay, that's okay. Version 175, are these added onto the regular program download? So are you worried that if you download the latest version that you'll lose everything? If that's the case, no, you won't lose anything. Is that really your question? Look at Schlumberger, guys, continuing down on earnings. Or maybe, does that answer your question, Stick Collector, or is it something else that you really want to know? Wow, look at the SPY. That's another 4 minutes for this candle to close. That's the biggest red candle. That's almost wiping out the size of that candle. Under the download version, I haven't looked for so long, but let's take a look. I know we used to have betas. Let me just see if we still even have betas. Yeah, okay, so there, I mean, there it is. I mean, that's the latest production version, so that's it. This is the web-based version, okay, but this is the latest production version right there, 175. Always a good idea though. I mean, I say this all the time. I mean, I have downloaded since 2010. Okay, now I'm always on a development version, and there have been weeks where there's 2 or 3 development versions that we release, you know, for us, you know, figure out if there's some bugs and things like that. I've never, ever, ever had an issue about losing anything, but always good practice to save everything to the cloud, okay? Individual windows, your layouts to the cloud. But since 2010, 10 years I've been doing this, never have I lost anything, but just good practice though to save everything to the cloud. One of the reasons saving things to the cloud too is, I mean, you can have, this is a question we get a lot, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want. So if you have a tablet, if you have a laptop, if you have, you know, 10 desktops, all right, you can have it loaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have it loaded one device at a time, okay? But thing is that if you load it, if you save everything to the cloud, and let's say you have a laptop, you can download the program and then you just file, load from the cloud. So you can load your layout, load windows and all that, so you don't have to recreate everything all the time. And the other main reason is, even if you just had a desktop that you were using, you know, what if something happened to it? You know, it crashes, you know, it blows up. Well, you have to get a new one. That's okay. As long as you've saved things to the cloud, you don't have to recreate your work all the time. You know, there's AMC still running a bit here. When a barcode stock like FIT gets a lot of volume. Oh, a barcode stock. I was wondering what you meant. It is, yeah. I mean, it's just maybe a cross of some sort. You know, some guy's saying, "Hey, listen, I want to dump a position, but I don't want to, destroy your share price. And so, if you can find a buyer for me to take me out at this price, great." So that's what we're talking about. Look at Fit right there, 2.3 million shares, and it hasn't moved. So it could be some kind of a cross. Well, things have really, really slowed down here. And cars is a mess. I got to tell you, cars is a mess. I actually thought that this might be the day that it takes out 10, starts to run, maybe get into that area here, but really didn't do it. Well, CIT has been a little bit choppy, but this is an AI alert. It's doing okay, but it's a little bit choppy. Okay, guys, I will be back. What time is it right now? 11:31. I'll be back at about 11:35. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. So all I have left is the array. I'm completely now out of my my swing. IPOB was just a great swing for me. I didn't have that much left, so I dumped it today. You see, and what I'm looking at, and I don't, I'm looking at the IPOB as it's moving down. I see the IPOC as it's moving up. So I'm just wondering, if people fleeing the IPOB now to put it into the IPOC. Yeah, you know what? You're right. There was though. I think some. I can't remember what happened. Yeah, I don't know why there's not an IPOA right now. I don't know why. Anyway, we'll see if that is actually see if that's going to be correct. I don't. Well, I could be wrong, Frank. I don't think so. I thought these IPO, ABC, etc. I may be wrong, but I thought those are relatively new. I may be wrong. If so, then he's made a you know then he made a pile on the space. All right, Mr. JMIA continues. Will you take out 15 now? Is that right? Oh, okay. Excellent, Frank. Okay, there you go. I had no idea that was his first one. I really didn't know. I mean, that's quite a while ago. When did Space start trading? It's last year, October of last year. I had no idea. There are a lot of wise people in the room. Oh, okay. I mean, that's the one that kind of got everything rolling. I mean, there were SPACs before, but I think that's the one that really got things rolling. Oh, wow, City. So this turned into a pretty nice one from the AI. If you had patience, and I always say, I mean, you didn't have to take it right. I mean, there was the alert 24:30. It came at 9:36. It dropped all the way down to 23:70. And when it came back, it still wasn't like smooth. But that's what I'm always trying to tell people. You don't have to take the alert right at the time that the AI gives you the alert. Use it as a watch list. You can kind of watch the way it's trading. It's not, you know, absolutely critical that you get in right at the penny. So when you say load all my channel bar, you mean all of the scans that I'm sharing? Because my channel bar only has these three. Okay, so all the scans, probably the easiest way is click on the room drive. Okay, and then scans that I share download. Probably the easiest way, then you can take a look at them all at your leisure. It would end up looking something like this. See, you'll go into a Word document. Then all you have to do, you know, you see something you like, you just copy the link, Control C, copy it, and then when you're in, then here, file load, and if you've copied it, I didn't copy it, but if you copied it, it should appear here, or paste it in. I'm sorry. So let's do it. See if it's really smart. Yeah, it is smart. So even just even copying it, just Control C copy, it automatically will paste it in. Didn't have to even paste it in. It'll automatically fill in. Okay. No, my channel bar only has these three. Okay, the channel bar is just to get people to focus on my watch list. That's it. If you want this, then you have to go to my channel, new channel bar, and then my watch list. Okay, and then you'll get these three windows plus a couple of charts. But remember, everything here is a layout. So you could load my channel, and then you could, and if you see other, you know, from that link that I gave you, you can load the channel, like save thing. Like, this is what you can do: load my channel, and then if you've saved the windows to the cloud, then you know during the day, you can just file load from cloud and bring the windows that you want back, and then so you have my channel plus the other windows that you want. So all those scans have got nothing to do with my channel. The whole idea of the channel, again, is just to get you to focus on very, very few alerts during the day. So, I mean, Ali, that comes with trading experience, okay? I mean, what makes me, you know, why would I take a trade? Well, you know, I mean, why am I in this one? Well, I mean, you just have to look left. I mean, it's the whole idea of my trading style is having the daily, weekly, and the monthly charts up and running. Everything that you see here is either going to be at the high of the day or the low of the day. So then the next thing I concentrate on is, okay, will the stock have some room to run? Great, you're at a high of the day. Is there still room for it to run? So that's why I have these charts up here. And so obviously when I look at the weekly chart for array, sure, it's got a lot of room that it could still move without a lot of resistance. So when I see it doing this, kind of basing a little bit, that's why I just, you know, I took the, what did I get in at? 314. You know, I had the alert at 312. You know, I can put a pretty tight stop on it. You know, will not let it get down below 3. And then just see if it can, you know, start to fill in this area. So that's, you know, that's my trading experience, if you will. Tony M. So does the AI alert line in blue always show? So I haven't. So what are you? Which one are you talking about? Are you talking? So let me click on. click on another one. I guess so. You know what? I hadn't even realized that I don't know when they did that. It used to be you just had if it was an AI alert, you would see it in the y-axis. Okay, but I guess they've also added a blue line here. I didn't even realize that. So I did not add that. No, it just automatically occurs. I'm not sure when they added that. Okay, so Dallas, you have to be in the other trading room. Okay, the problem is I cannot put it in the YouTube feed. So if you want to, I'll give you the link for the other trading room. I'll call it the main trading room because you have to be in here, and then you click on that room drive icon. Okay, and then scans that I share, download. Uh, why does Windows do that? Give me a moment, guys. I have to minimize a lot of these windows that I don't need anymore. A few more to go. All right. No, the trading room is free. That trading room, as you call it, I mean, they're both trading rooms, but again, there's a lot more activity in here and a lot more interactivity among the traders, not just myself. And the big thing is a lot easier for me to share links. But everything is free. So again, just a word on. I will be probably getting out of here at about 5 to 12. There will be no support, trader support, from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed today. Okay, they're all busy. Sort of a company thing. Okay, so I apologize for that, but so you have to come into the Esther. You have to come into the room. So just click on that link, okay? And I think you create a password or something to that effect, and then you can come into this room. And then once you're here, just click on that room drive icon, and then scans that I shared download. Meanwhile, Schlumberger continues its descent. I mean, this is, boy, I wonder what's going to happen here. 1452, so maybe about 50 cents away from maybe some support, maybe. No, the room drive icon, never mind all these. These are just other, don't worry about this. Just the scans that you mean, you can click on this, download. These are available PDFs if you want them, but I mean, this is scans that I share, download, then all the scans are there. I mean, you can click on these other ones, but don't confuse scans that I share. There's probably, I don't know, 25 scans in here. All right, a little pop here, a little pop for ARAY. See, guys, I'm in here at 314, so just a little bit of a pop, a little bit of volume coming into it. Maybe, just maybe, it'll start to. Okay, so Kevin, have I got a video for you? It's about 25 minutes long, but it is segmented, okay? Different, so you can, at 3 minutes it'll talk about this, at 6 minutes, I don't know exactly the times, but it is segmented. But this will give you all the information that you should need regarding trading using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers, okay? Oh, I see. You want good experience. Okay, yeah, I have no idea. I just don't auto trade at all, so gotcha. Oh, you're welcome, Emmanuel. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put my announcement here. I will be back at about 12:30. I'm glad, Dallas. Okay. Okay, now I just, before I go, I just want to explain something here. There's the CIT. Now we have it that it was, sorry, earnings on the 20th, but obviously it was today, and it sounds like they're going to do a merger also. Notice it came from Holly Neal. In fact, I think it's the, maybe not, no, it's not the only one from Holly Neal, but I think you're going to find some really exciting trades or alerts from Holly Neal for the next month and a half to 2 months, okay? When we're in earnings season, that's when, you start to get, look at the relative volume, 24, all right? Holly Neo specializes in looking at the stocks that have abnormal volume, and we get a lot of those around earnings season. So that's what we've noticed. I think the last two earnings seasons with Holly Neal, some really really interesting trades. So it is still cooking, absolutely. Well, I'd say if this open P&L gets to 1,000, I'll take out half. Okay. All right, guys. I will see you at around 12:30. Okay. All right, everybody, I'm now back. All right, so happy. Okay, if you're like, we don't teach trading so much as, we teach how to use our program. You have to figure out a few things on your own. One of the things that we do have is a paper trading, simulated trading module. So you can practice trading before you commit money to the market. You can practice trading. It's real time. In other words, it's using our real time data. You do have to be a standard subscriber to use it. But before if you're brand new to trading, before you commit money to the market, you have to practice. Okay, so that's the first thing. I mean, now the next thing, I mean, if you're absolutely brand new, I mean, it takes a lot of time. You got to be able to look at charts and I mean, the problem with trying to teach somebody brand new. And again, we don't teach trading. You're in the Trade Ideas trading room, so I'm using the Trade Ideas scanner. People will ask me questions about, well, how would I set this up? How would I set that up? I'm sharing a lot of the scans that I use. But when I get an alert, it doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. I'm alerted to something, and I think, okay, now I'm going to look and check my daily chart, my weekly chart, my monthly chart. What's the market doing? There's a lot of things that come into it before I'm actually going to take a trade. But even if I had a bit of an idea, after maybe understanding certain chart patterns and all, I would still practice trading. And before you commit your money to the market. And again, we have a simulator here. So I'm not sure if that really helps you. The other thing to do, I mean, this room is free, so I mean, yeah, I mean, if you said to me, for instance, well, what do I think of this particular stock? I can take a look at the chart. I'll give you my opinion, and that's all it is. It's my opinion, but I'm not. But you can't say to me, okay, what should I buy today? That's just not the way it works. First of all, I'm not an investment advisor, not allowed to do that. Well, the only thing we do in terms of teaching trading is have a stop. So when you get into a trade, so I mean, I don't even know, you shorted net and you kept it. When you're brand new to trading and you shorted a stock, well, good for you. um, well, I mean, I can't tell you what to do. I mean, I don't know what price you shorted it at. It's still a little bit weak. But the other thing is, do you have a stop? Where are you going to get out of the trade if it works against you? So where's your stop? Where are you going to get out if it goes against you? I'm talking to Ann Martin. Okay, when you get into a trade, not every trade is going to work. You can't assume that every trade is going to work. So when the trade starts working against you, where are you going to get out and say, okay, I'll have to take a loss on this trade? That's basically your stop. Where are you going to stop yourself out of the trade, get out of the trade? Where is that? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and this is for everybody, but it seems obvious that you don't have a get out. You're just going to hope that it works for you. But you're in at 58. What if it went to 65? What if it went to 70? What if it went to 100? Like, where are you going to get out of that trade? And this all has to be thought out ahead of time. It's not a matter of, well, I think I'll get out here. Well, that was, maybe that wasn't a good area to get out. So because it's still going up, and I'm sure this is going to work, so I'll get out a little late. We're talking about a short now, so I mean, obviously the price is for you to get out, the price has to be going up. Okay, so where was your support or resistance, or if you will? Where do you? No, no, no. But you're short, right? Are you short this stock? You want it to go down? Yeah. Okay. So what if it goes up? What if it goes up? I mean, you're already. I mean, if you shorted at 58, it's at 58.79 right now. So what if like where are you going to get out of the trade if it works against you? You don't. I mean, we're talking specifics here, but I'm talking generalities too. Well, I don't know if he's messing with me, then I'll just forget it. But it's always important as a new trader that you know we can't look at trades through rose-colored glasses. In other words, that everything is going to be fine. I'm in this trade. I've read a lot about it. I hear people talking about it. It's going to do this. And so when the trade starts working against you, you still have that hope and faith that it's still going to work because you just keep hearing great things about it. Okay, you're missing the point, and Martin. That's your opinion, and maybe you've read that the fundamentals aren't good. But if it turns against you, where are you going to get out? Where are you going to get out? So if you didn't set a stop loss, you better set one now. I can't tell you. I mean, to me, I mean, the high's right there. I mean, if it broke out over 61.76, that to me, or even 61, like the high of 2 days ago, if it took that out, this could keep, soaring higher. So I'm not saying that should be your stop, but I mean, but you got to have a stop. Yeah, I understand. I'm surprised that you shorted a stock, and if you're new to trading or day trading. Most people don't will not short a stock when they're new. Okay, again, that's fine. You can. Okay, well, okay, you're getting the stock does not have to go down. Okay. You've been listening to Dan's Q and A's. Yeah, that's what he says. Learn to short, going long, then will be easy. Yeah, I don't know if he's messing with me, so I always have to take everybody at face value. All right. The blue highlighted box in JMA. Oh, you mean right there when it says 1562? Probably it means, yeah, I mean, see, red it means that I'm down in 1561. I think that probably at that point was a high. Maybe not. Or it had moved higher. I haven't really paid attention to it. I'm not sure it happens when I click on it or it just happens. I guess all we're trying to say though is when you say well, fundamentally, the stock must go down. Okay, I mean, many people have lost all their money because, yes, you're right. Fundamentally, maybe the stock should go down. I'm not talking about that specific stock. It's a mess. I'm not talking this specific stock, but everything you read about it, it's a mess. It's this. It's going to go bankrupt, and all of a sudden, the stock zooms up for whatever reason. The market's always right. You know, the market is always right. See something here. I'm going to watch to see if it changes on its own or if it only changes when I click. I've never really noticed that before, to be honest. To be honest. Is that right? I don't know. I'm noticing this at being red. I'm just assuming it's because I'm not in the trade anymore, so it's got nothing to do with that. No, no, no. Zero to do with the AI. Nothing. Nothing to do with that. If that's your question, really. No. These up here have nothing to do with the AI. These are not AI trades. It's the same. It's best WL, as in best watch list. No more humble Canadian. Look at all. Oh, forgot to put this. Look at OBLG, guys. Look at the volume. Excuse me, the volume. The volume that came in, and that's about half the volume for today, right here. Wow, look at this thing rip. I don't know if there's specific news here, but well, this is. If you don't have all of them, if you just loaded my channel now, you probably only get the last one. But this is just my watch list up and my watch list down. You should, if you load right from the beginning of the day, you should see these stocks. I haven't made any changes. Let me just try something here. No, 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 no. But I'm wondering, just give me a second here. Something's going on. Well, it's not on my watch list. Yeah, that one, this one, it's on my watch list. Just a minute here. There's something going on. Um, Best WL, okay. Just give me a moment here. But are you talking about my watch list up and down? This has got nothing to do with this. My count here, I think I changed it. I can't remember. I think I changed it to 45. Right there, 45. But remember, this has got nothing to do with this. I mean, it's possible you'll get some similar ones, but remember my watch list is built last night, so I don't today I don't know that these things are going to show up. But give me a moment here because there's something. Okay, just give me a moment. I just want to make sure I've got everything. Okay, I'm going to load my channel. Let's see what I've got. Okay, only the following lists. Okay. Okay, well, I just want to check on this one. So GTT, I mean, array definitely was there. So I know that definitely was there. I know why. I think I know why. You should see, at the very least, okay, so I know why GTT is showing up now. Okay. I mean, it's not a big deal. I see so you're seeing GTT, but you should see these other ones though for sure. But you're also seeing GTT. I guess I made the change here, and maybe I'll have to make a note to myself on the weekend to Make the change. You see, this is not below yesterday's low. It's showing up because it's low of the day and all that, but it is not below yesterday's low. That's why it's not showing up here because I did make that change. But I'll make the change on the weekend. But you should see everything else. You know, you're just getting maybe a couple of additional ones. That's all. Well, I don't know why you're not seeing that one because that's definitely above. Do me a favor, right click on on your window and what do you see for minimum volume? Maybe I have a 300,000 or something in the channel bar. Okay, so the minimum volume is fine. 100% above the low of the range, 15 minutes. I don't know. Then if your and current volume is 1, relative volume is 1. Anybody else who have had my watch list up all day, do you not get CRA, KRA? Ah, that's the reason. Did you add that? I don't recall ever having that. I don't think I ever had the account here. That's the reason. I don't have account here. You may have added that because I never had the count in these. So I mean that is the reason because this is not made 45, probably 45 new highs. I mean, you can see right there. I mean, if you load my channel, I mean, it's not here. So you must have added it somehow. Okay, well, that's okay. At least we got to the bottom of it. Well, I mean, showing up, it is showing up as a long because it's above yesterday's high. Okay, I mean that's one of the triggers. Listen, I'm not saying you take the trade long. I'm just saying, but this is just the system at work. So it at 10:22 at 29.88, it met all the filter requirements. Now, does that mean you take the trade at 29.88? Not necessarily, but the reason why it's on here is because it has room looking left. Now, right now, has it worked? No. But I can put an alert back here. And look, they're not all going to work. It's a watch list, remember. So, obviously the NDM worked great, until it finally fell. But I mean, from 522 to, just over 6, this is okay. Array 312, it got up to 3. I'm out of it now, guys. Now that it's dropping, I'm watching kind of the market drop too. This one worked great until 39.69. What did it get up to? So that was almost a $2.30 move. And so this is the only one, 29.88. This is the only one that actually didn't move higher after the alert. Let's see, what is it? Relative volume is 2 and the count is 30, just 30. My watch list can be accessed from the toolbar. New, and then channel bar, and then here, Barry's watch list, okay? Right there. Now, if you already have a layout up and running. Make sure you save that to the cloud first. Save your layout, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So that would replace any layout that you've got. Now you won't see all the early ones. You should just see the last ones. No, SOS what was a long bias, just in case, for instance, just in case it got rolling again and it could take out 3 at some point. Because I mean, look at the room. And understand, guys, these are templates to a certain extent, okay? You're more than welcome to make adjustments. They don't all have to match exactly what you see here. Again, I always say this. I mean, you may want a different price range. I'm only looking at 1 to 20. You may want a completely different price range. You might want a higher minimum volume. There's all sorts of things. This is just sort of a template. Yeah, is it ever? Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, I don't remember what the IPO price was, but definitely a nice one. Oh, I'm sorry, it's today. I'm sorry, I thought this was the daily chart I'm looking at. Ah, so it's today. Yeah, year is today. 14 to 16. Wow. Crazy, isn't it? Well, this is the only way I play IPOs on the first day. So if at some point maybe it takes out that high later on in the day, I may take a little. I'm not going to hold it, but well, again, JT, use the simulator. Practice, practice, practice. All right. So I mean, if you have our product, number one, all you need is our standard service. Connect simulated trading. So I mean, to load the Brokerage Plus window for anybody new, you have to be using our app, not the web-based version. New Brokerage Plus. Here's your window. This will pop. This will pop up, and then in the connected, just connect to simulated trading and practice before you commit money to the market. BBGI. Ugly. Those are my thoughts. Ugly. I mean, I'm not sure what you're looking at. I mean, it's first of all, number like today, there's no volume, and it's just I don't know what you're looking at. I mean, if you're looking for a bounce off the bottom, maybe, but right now. There's no reason. Sorry, I shouldn't say ugly. I mean, if you're in it, I don't want to demean your position or anything, but I mean, right now there's nothing to it. Well, I'm not sure when we're actually going to publish this. I thought we would have done it by now, but since April, what we've been doing I know yeah, it's, I guess it's not for public. Well, anybody could do it if you keep track of our trades of the week. You could do it yourself, so it's not like a secret. But what we started to do, we went back to April and we looked at all the trades of the week from April until right now. And the rule was this: if the price triggered, so the entry triggered either on Monday or Tuesdays, because sometimes, let's just for argument's sake say we picked this one as the trade of the week and we said it has to trade, but it's only live at 4. It never hit $4 on Monday or Tuesday. Then it's not counted in the statistics. But if a stock hits the actual trigger on Monday or Tuesday, and then you sell it just before the market closes on Friday, we wanted to see how well you do. In other words, you pick the trade of the week, then you get out of it, go to the next one, and the next one. It was really quite spectacular. Obviously, this week is going to be really good. I mean, NIO, assuming it doesn't go back down to 22 in the next 3 hours, but I mean, the trigger is at 22 and it's at 28 now. No, he's just pulling my leg. And as far as somebody asked about GameStop, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when you say where's your stop, it depends where you got in. I mean, it's hard for me to know. I mean, I have no idea where you got in. I mean, this is, man, oh man, this could be really, really juicy. I mean, this is, especially if it takes out 20. Did it ever get to 25? Yeah, it got over 25. And I was talking about this one earlier in the day as a potential swing. Now, again, it's a pharma, so anything can happen. But you just have to look left. I mean, there's the next area of resistance around 39. All right, guys, it is now 1:03, so it is time for me to do my video. So if you want to follow along my video or subscribe to my video, just click on my homepage and right where it says Daily Market Recap Videos, you click here and then you can subscribe to them, and it's all free. So I do the video now, and about an hour after I finish, it usually gets sent out via email. And let me get my announcement in. Well, oh, thank you. If you're leaving, I'm still coming back. Ah, TTCF today. All right, cool. Let's see how well it does. Jot that one down. TTCF. All right, everybody, I'll put myself on mute, and I'll see you in about 20 minutes. All right, I'm back. Let me get these charts set up a little bit better here. Okay, Fred, now, volume 3 times yesterday. What is it, 20,000 today? I'm just kidding you, but let's see. Okay, at least it's getting a little more action. Yes, okay. Just teasing you there, Fred. JACF, Jack F. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. Vent. Let's vent. Let's see what it's doing from Zach. Vent, or is it another? Is it obviously that's not the right symbol? I'll pass that on, Michael. Yeah. Today was the first day in a long time we didn't have the trader support from 12 to 1, but there was a sort of an internal meeting at Trade Ideas, which I didn't have to attend, obviously. Which one was it, Zach? Not Vent, obviously. Okay, look at Lazy. Now, Lazy has been lazy all day and October 12th pre-market, so it had earnings on the 12th. But, you know, this is almost an all-time high. Let's take a look at Lazy a little bit more in depth. Okay, so it got up to 1653. It pulled back. Interesting potential swing. You can see, I mean, it had earnings on the 12th. Look at the volume this week, you know, because of its earnings day right here. And look at the volume this week compared to all those previous weeks. I mean, exploding on volume. A lot of interest for LAZY. Okay, I'll look at it. I've been asked to take a look at Hertz HTZ. This may be, I don't know if it's a record. For something with 155 million in the float to trade the float, you know, 4 times as we speak, and probably might even be 5 times by the end of the day. Might be a record with such a high float to get a multiple of the float trading like that. But the volume is tapering off, so I mean, I don't know if it'll do another run. I honestly, I mean, look, I'm skeptical, but at this point you can tell right off the bat. Look at the topping tail and the bottoming tail. So there's really indecision where to go now. KXIN had a huge flurry earlier in the day. Yeah, I mean, to me, this looks like it's over. I mean, you know, it got halted about 3 or 4 times on the way up, and then it got halted a couple of times on the way down. And so to me, this looks like it's over. I mean, look, if it holds, it would have to hold over two and base for a while, and then maybe if some tremendous volume comes in, it might pop it a bit. I doubt if it'll ever get like today. I doubt if it'll get back up to the high of the day. Okay, guys. What time is it? 1:27. So I just about an hour and a half for me to go or so. Hey, go for it, Jimmy. If you think it's a great short, go for it on the lazy. Yeah, ask all the questions now so I can go early. Well, I mean, if it rested a bit, it's at an all-time high, or it was. There's the all-time high right there. You know, as I said, it's had a tremendous week based on its earnings, and it had the down day yesterday, but that was like I think the market was down, and now it's rebounded. I mean, it's right now it's hard to know where if it's going to go higher or lower. I mean, it's hard to know. The only thing is, it's a big bottoming tail. I mean, the the sellers tried to take it down here, 1486, and it is rebounded. So right now, to me, the seller or the buyers are in control. So how is TTCF doing on its infant? So let's see where FMCI actually closed yesterday. So 2407. Okay, so TTCF. Okay, so it's a little bit higher. 2407, I think. Let me do that again. FMCI. Where's my daily chart? So it actually closed. So it closed actually at 24 yesterday. 24. And so at 25 cents, that's not bad. Yeah, now's a good time to ask questions too. Yes, kind of keep my interest a little bit. Let me just do a check to see how many earnings plays we have next week. And again, it'll start to ramp up. All right, so next week we have about 260 companies releasing earnings. All right, so to put that in, yeah, so to put that in perspective, this week we had about 60 companies releasing earnings. So next week it'll be 260. The week after, and probably for the next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll see weeks of 1,000 companies releasing earnings. I think all the way up to about 1,600, 1,700. So again, what that means is that I think that Neo will probably have a lot of interesting earnings plays. All right, looks like Lazy is going to try to take out, well, there it is, 17, 17, 15 or so. That's the high. STRL, this is a construction company, I believe. So STRL, yeah. Well, Lazy is anything but right now. There's some good volume coming in, making new high after new high, challenging that 17. LYL was really active yesterday. I know it was kind of down in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about it. It was very active yesterday, of course, but right now, I mean, it's a it's a small float. It's almost traded the float, but look at yesterday's volume. I mean, the volume is compared to yesterday's just dried up. It's an ugly looking weekly chart too. I mean, this is not inspiring if you're trying to go long something like this, because understand what happens every time you see all these topping tails, all these big tails up here. There's the body of the body of the candle, then the topping tail. I mean, at some point the price was up here and it got knocked down. Up here, knocked down. Up here, knocked down. See all these topping tails, and a little bit of enthusiasm, and then boom, cold water. So I mean, it's until it breaks out of a cycle like that, it's hard to have any confidence in where a stock like this could go if you're trying to go long, in my opinion. Yeah, Neo Nio is really, yeah, coming back again. They're hitting the 29.52, 29.42 was the high, so it's getting closer to that high. Trade of the week. I'm going to put that link in again. What the heck? Promote the heck out of it. You guys can sign up for it. Why not? It's free. Trade of the week. So if you sign up for it, so Monday morning, about half an hour to 45 minutes before the market opens, you'll be sent the new trade of the week, and you'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop, and then it's up to you. Sometimes the trade of the weeks do not trigger. Triggering meaning, there's a certain price. Usually, when you get the trade of the week, the stock is underneath the price, the trigger price. So, there's no guarantee it's ever going to hit the trigger price. So consequently, there's no trade. Modify a limit order. Okay, well, let's see. So what do you want to do here? Here are the order details. Here's your limit offset. Change the price. Well, you don't. Okay, here you're not. Are you talking about a strategy like this? Or are you talking about what I do, just manually, and then change the price? Are you talking about one of these trading strategies? I don't think you are. Because, there's no price to change. Okay. Okay, so again, are you talking about, let's just do a trade. Let's take lazy. So what are you talking about? Let me take 200 shares of lazy. That's not a good spread. Let me do another one. Let's take Ford. Ford will have an okay spread. Is that Ford? That can't be Ford. No, it's not Ford. F. Well, we'll do Neil. Okay. So I'll take 100 shares. I'll take 200 shares. Doesn't really matter at the market. Okay. So here it is. Now, what do you want me to do? Change the price to what? What price? Are you talking about the stop price? Are you talking about the target? Like what are you talking about? So so I take the trade, I'll put a stop. So you're talking about a conditional order. You're talking about a conditional order, placing a conditional order. In other words, if the price gets to this area, if it gets to this price, you want to take it. Is that what you mean? If the price suddenly gets lower than the initial price you entered, again, you're talking a conditional order. You have not taken. You have not taken. Yeah, of course, but I'm trying to understand. You could go to the order and replace the price. You can get rid of any order that you've placed. You can get, if you had, here, I'm still not completely understanding. So let me take let's do a conditional order for NIO at $29. Okay? Come on. So I'm going to buy NIO at $29. Okay, there it is. So what are you saying? Are you saying, okay, what if the price really starts dropping? You want to drop that? Okay. Well, if I change it to something lower, it should take the, I must not be releasing it or something. No. Interesting. I thought you could move this. I'm surprised you cannot move it. I mean, you're right. I mean, obviously, I can go and cancel the order and redo it. I'm surprised you cannot move a conditional order. You can definitely do it with stops, targets, and stops. Oh, okay, maybe you can't do it. Maybe you can't do it. Let me just ask, make sure I'm not doing something wrong here. I'm going to ask Michael. Okay, let me see. I am surprised because you can definitely, you can do it on the. You can definitely do it with the targets and the stops. So I'm not sure why you can't do it. How do you zoom? Left click on the chart. Press down on the control key. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. And then with the scroll wheel on your mouse, just zoom in and out. So control key, you have to left click on the chart so that Trade Ideas knows which chart you want to be in. So left click on the chart, control key press down on the keyboard, scroll wheel. Okay? It depends, I suppose, if yeah, I can't answer that. You're going to have to send a log or something like that for something as specific as that, Jimmy. Okay? Okay, I'm going to get an answer right now on moving the. Let me just do this again because Michael says that it works for him. So let me just try this again with the NIO. I don't know, Michael, if you can see me, or because there it is. I've got this conditional buy order for NIO at $29. We want to drop it. Sorry, I want to drop it down, and I release it, and it pops right back up. And even to me, it should be that if I drop it to the price, it should take it. But when I release it, it pops right back up. Correct. So I don't know if you can actually see my screen. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Well, actually, lazy, okay, I can tell you exactly why. Because lazy had a spread when I looked at it, that's why I didn't want to do lazy. It had a 20-cent spread. Okay? You have to be careful knowing what your spread is. If you're going in a market, you've got a 20-cent spread there. So just because you want to get in at a certain price, you may not get that price. Whereas with the NIO, there was like a 2-cent spread when I did that trade. So that's why going in at market was, no big deal. What was your limit? What was your offset? And that was in your real account or simulators. I'm just trying to get an answer on this anyway to see why these lines are bouncing right back. Yeah, I can't help you, Jimmy. You're probably going to have to send a log or something. If you think something went awry, you'll have to send a log to the guys so they can take a look. Okay, guys, I'm just going to try to figure this out here. I'm going to use the chart button. Okay, well that worked. Okay, sorry. No, just a minute, please. Sorry, I am on mute. Okay, so let's see this. So that's what I was saying. If you notice what I did when I didn't put in the stop and I just put in the price, it would execute immediately. That's why I was putting it in both. And yeah, in order to send a log, go to help and send files to support. Okay. I can't believe I'm picking these things that aren't moving. Just move. Well, I don't want to lower it. I want to. There now. It should be taking the trade very soon. There, took the trade. So it took the trade. So I am doing it the way I think I'm supposed to be doing it. Okay. Well, it already took the trade. So I wanted to take the trade at 28.68. Oh, I see. Okay, let's try that then. See, I'm learning. As you can see, I don't really use this. I just manually, because I don't trade that much, or I don't have that many trades open at the same time. Okay, let's do another one. I see what now. Maybe I see what you're saying. So let's take array. Okay, so you're saying that I could, if I want to take a conditional trade at, this is not moving either. Okay, listen, so what you're saying is I should go in, if I want to take the trade at 16.85, but put my stop, this is not anything I've ever thought about, but put my stop at 16.80, and then click buy. Yeah, see, it didn't move it. I mean, what happened is it took the trade. I don't think it moved it. It just actually took the trade because that's where I had it. Do another one. You got me. You've got me very curious now. Just need something that's trading a lot. First of all, I want to get out of all these trades. Other than the JMIA, I said I'd get out if it hit 1,000. Um, okay, I'm going to try NIO again. So you're saying I could go in, and so let's say I want to take it at 28.80 or 28.85. So I don't want it to take it right off the bat. So 28.85, and then you're saying put the stop at 29. Lower, put the stop lower, okay? So this would be the real stop. So you're saying, so if I really were going to get into this trade at 28.85, I then should have, as we always talk about, I should have a stop. So let's just put it at 28. Well, what if I do 28.66? And now I go buy. Now I see, no. Well, how come 28, how come I can go in at 28.85 and you're saying put it in at 28.80, but it won't take the trade immediately at 28.80? See, this is why we practice. Okay. But, okay. I'll do it again. Okay. I want to take the trade at 28.80. If it gets to 28.80, that's where I want to take the trade. Okay. So it's at 28.70 now. So where do you want me to put my stop? Okay. I'm going to put my stop at 28. Okay, and then press the buy button. And now you're saying I can move this. See, I don't see how I can move it. It just wants to come back. Okay, now it stayed. No, you see how it just popped right back? Remember, the whole idea of this is if the price keeps moving down, we want to be able to move this down. But you know, I should be able to move it up also. You see how it just keeps popping back. Okay, good. So I'm not. See how it just pops back? No, I asked Michael and he said, no, he was using the chart button, but that's different because the chart button, you're having to assign a strategy. I don't want to assign a strategy. You know, I just want to be able to manually take a trade. However, I'm going to cancel it all out. Yeah, thank you, Emmanuel. I mean, okay, guys, what time is it? Wow, that took about 45 minutes. Orgo. Wow, Orgo is kind of interesting. I mean, look at the week it's had. Look at the volume. I mean, just look at the volume this week. You know, I had to go back to this a few weeks ago. Well, a few weeks ago, back in May before we had volumes like this. It's great having a weekly chart, guys, you know, and checking these volumes. You know, just to see, you know, here's a stock that's super active. It's not an earnings play. So there's other reasons. And I mean, you can kind of see that if it can take out 527, those are the highs right there in the weekly chart. Say 530. Look where it could go. I'm going to stick an alert right around 537. Won't happen today more than likely, but you know, if it happens next week, look where Orgo could go. It is. I have November 9th. So our provider is wrong. I mean, that's quite a discrepancy. You're right on Q3 revenue. You're absolutely right. I'm looking right now, 10:15. So that was yesterday morning. Yeah, just as we start talking about it, look, yeah, look at that candle. All right, guys, what is it, 209? Car short below 31.96. There's real, so slugging it out right to the bitter end. Yeah, but it's Friday at 2. All right, I don't know if this is an IPO. ALGS looks like this is an IPO. ALGS came in at 130. Who's involved in that one? How long is your line? Line up. I can't believe what I'm. Anyway, let me just check to see if that is an IPO. I'm pretty sure it must be an IPO. ALGS, JP Morgan, Jeffries, and Piper Sandler. So actually, it's not bad. 10, who's behind it? 10 million shares at 15. So there's not a lot of enthusiasm yet for this one. ALGS. So it's basically at the IPO price. ADTX. Let's take a look. Ooh, we're almost there. Almost at 1,000. Yikes. Yeah. Funny man, William. Funny man. No verdict. I have no explanation. If you send your files, I mean, I don't look at the files if that's what you're talking about. If you sent the log files, I don't look at them. We have specialists on hand. Well, there isn't. I mean, I have no explanation. Michael, but he was using the chart, he was using the buttons. Now, the dreamer is going to, he said he's going to check. It may not be. I mean, he just may not be able to move it. It wants to always pop back. Yeah. FSL, First Solar did get a downgrade. I noticed that this morning. Not that it has really affected it. A little bit this morning on the downgrade. Taco. $10 more. Eaton. Well, I said I'd sell half if it got to 1,000. That's okay. So I'm a man of my word. Yeah, we have a lot of these little banks. Regional banks are releasing earnings. You see CFG, Ally, not SID. BK, what does BK do? Yeah, BK. Is the person who was in the room yesterday asking me why MTC did not show up in the scan? Are you still in the room? This was from yesterday, wondering why it didn't show up after that big pop. Because now I know why it didn't show up. That was you? Okay. So okay, I'm going to try that, Dreamer. Okay, so what happened is this. In my basic new highs and lows, and in most of my windows, I put that earnings per share filter, EPS. Okay, that EPS filter right here, and that I put that in here so I don't have to worry about seeing ETFs. Every now and then, you get some stock, and this happened to be a China stock, though it's not every China stock, but this happened to be a China stock, and it treated it like it was an ETF. Okay, and so that's why I didn't see it. When I took this out, when I took the filter out, it showed up. So every now and then it happens. And when other people were saying, well, it showed up on their scanners, that's because they didn't have an EPS scanner obviously in there. It happens so infrequently that I think I remember a long time ago, Real said he took it out because it happened one of the stocks. And in the pre-market he was looking at, this is months and months and months ago. Well, I don't know. I mean, you might get ETFs. I mean, that's why I put it in there. If you don't care, then you can take it out. But I mean, it happens so infrequently. I just find it a pain to see ETFs here, that's all. All right. Now somebody asked about the KXIN earlier. I mean, it is. What is it? I have to back this out just a little bit. So it's actually having a little bit of pop, and there is a cross. I mean, cross right there, but it's at 216. There's that 8 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA at 216. So it's a little bit later. He's he's just being a gentleman. Yeah, and NDM is. There it is. Okay. All right. So there's my close. It wasn't quite. I mean, I obviously the price maybe dropped just as I was doing it, and a little bit of commission or something. So 493 instead of 500, selling half the position. Okay, guys, 221. Maybe I'll wrap it up a little earlier today. All right. Get a swing play? All right. ANAB. Let's take a look at ANAB. I'm intrigued by this one. What's the spread like? 2027. You too, KG. Is it above these highs here? 2430. See, it's not quite above those highs. Let's put a conditional buy. Well, I'll put a conditional buy the way I know I can do it. 200 shares at, say, 25. So I'm going to leave it in there. Might take it out today. Probably won't, but if it takes it out on Monday. Now, what else could I swing though right now? That would make maybe a little bit of sense. Well, I call it conditional. I mean, that's why I'm saying it's conditional on the only way I seem to be able to do it without taking the trade immediately is putting the prices in the box, the same prices in the box. If I don't put a stop, if I don't put the two prices in here, it'll take the trade immediately. Though I never really tried to put in. No, no, I. So I mean, I'm just call it a conditional trade, because it has to get to a. The condition is if it gets to 25, I'll take the trade. That maybe I could trick it. So it's interesting, actually. I notice this now. No, no, no. There's something wrong then. Oh, I agree. Yeah, there's something going hairy here because I mean, I have now, it says a limit at 2608 as if I will take the trade all the way up to 2608. I'm going to play around with this on the weekend. All right, there it is. Still JMIA, man, what a great winner here. I mean, this could keep going. I mean, nothing really stopping it. Yeah, not trying to put a damper on it, real. I mean, I understand. Yes, I mean, if you use the chart buy and sell buttons, absolutely, it works. Okay, it absolutely works, but it doesn't give you quite the flexibility. Just 1 second here, real. Oh, I hear you because of all the people asking the question. I do hear that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you want to have yeah, I mean, I sort of knew that. If I want to assign, if I want to use the chart buttons, yes. But if I just want to go in and manually buy some shares, I mean, it should work the same, but it doesn't appear to. Oh, I see. I thought maybe you were thinking we were ignoring you and because it was ripping higher, but what you're saying is look out. But remember, what was it at? 15, 17, something like that. So it's still a tremendous IPO. That's right. I have my in case it doesn't look like it's going to, but I mean yeah, it's dropped from the highs. It's dropped $7. All right, William. We'll see you Monday morning. The Green Party. And please don't tell us who you're voting for. Please, please don't tell us who you're voting for. There's no football this week, and my Seahawks aren't playing. My incredibly lucky Seahawks. Well, it is interesting. In arguably the most tumultuous 3.5, 4 years of politics in your country, and in this room, we have been able to, for the odd occurrence, just steer clear. I really haven't had to do much in that regard. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare. Why would I be a Jets fan? Why would I be a Jets fan? But Wilson, yeah, I love the guy. Even have a shirt or as a jersey. Oh my God, Dom. Yeah, that was. I turned it off. I know, guys. We're devolving into football now. I don't care. I turned it off, and somebody who is another a co-fan kept texting me, and I was ignoring it. And the last thing it said was, "We won." I said, "It's impossible. It's impossible." But that's what makes sports the most, the greatest reality TV there is. Yeah, you got a quarterback issue for sure. 49ers now. I'm all out of my IPOB. But a big pop, yeah, nice, nice. I'm all out though. I'm completely out. Looking for an entry in IPOC. It's not. It did not trigger for me yet. It did not get over 11. I'm in no rush. I'm absolutely no rush to get into this. I'm just going to let it kind of settle down, find its way. Okay, so I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. I can give you number one. I think this will be very helpful for you. The 20 short lessons, okay? 20 short lessons. If you can see my screen, let me know if you can see my screen. I'll just show you what it looks like. I'm talking to you, Arthur. Just waiting. Can you hear me? Not you guys. Just I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Can you hear me? Oh, well, not right. Okay, you got it. Okay. So yeah, if you click on that, if you're brand new, I would really encourage you to start there. Okay? Because it goes over all the basics, like how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, how to load things from the channel bar or looking at the channel bar, how to load cloud links. And it's very simple. It's all text-based, all right? It won't take you 20 days. I mean, it was a sort of a marketing thing, 20 lessons in 20 days. But you can certainly power through that on the weekend easily, okay? So that is, to me, a really, really good starting point for you. Oh man, any tips for success? Well, okay, if you're buying too quickly, is it because you're buying things that are running up and you don't want to, you're sort of like the fear of missing out, the old FOMO thing? And okay, well, okay, tip number one, don't do that. Okay, I mean, I know it's, uh, I'm not trying to be, flippant, but I mean, it's the old, it's the old. Guy goes to the doctor. Doc, it hurts when I do this. Don't do that. I mean, it's really that simple, almost. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The rush. I mean, yeah. Because what happens? Probably what happened a couple of times, maybe, is that it worked. So you kept doing it, or you did it a few times, and then problem is when it doesn't work, it can really not work, and you don't want to believe it. And you think, well, it'll go up. It'll just turn around. I mean, and then the other thing is the other tip, as Calvin has said, well, to obey your stop means that you have to have a stop in the first place. So, do you know what a stop is? I mean, do you know the concept of having a stop? Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay, so that is, I mean, listen, we all did it. I did it. Real did it. Everybody did it. You get in. You get into a trade, and for a bunch of reasons, like what you said, maybe it's flying high. You're in a trading room. Everybody's talking about it, and this is going to the moon, and so you get in. But you don't. But you never really consider that you could lose on the trade. Now, if you're a new trader, obviously the first thing is don't chase stocks. It's that simple. Even though the allure of chasing a stock and watching it keep going is unbelievable. I get it. It's an adrenaline rush, but you can get really burned. So the other thing though is to have that stop in place. Now, if you're a new trader, you may not know where to put your stop. That is, and that comes with experience. I mean, if for instance, if I were going to get into this on a day, like I look at this chart right here. Okay, you see all this, maybe a support level here. So if I were going to get into this trade right now, and it broke down below there, I would say, you know what, I should get out of the trade. I'm going to discount these bottoming tails, okay? But I would look at that area and say, okay, if it gets down below 1050, if I got in at 1079. I should get out of the trade. Just as an example, it may not be the greatest example. Maybe here, okay? Imagine I wanted to get into a trade up here and I saw all this below it. which looks like pretty good support. So that if it broke through all of this, I should be out of the trade, you know? And so that's where you would put your stop. And again, I'm just trying to illustrate something that it sort of looks pretty obvious on a chart, where if it broke down through a whole big level of what looks like support, you should be out. So that's the first thing. So you should know where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Number one. Number two is, oh, just a minute, please. So number two, sorry about that. Number two is you should always risk just about the same amount every trade. Okay? So what does that mean? Depending on the size of your account, if you had a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You know, so let's just make, I want to make the math simple. Imagine you can risk $100 a trade because of your account size. So you get into a trade, or the trade is at, the one you're looking at is at $10. And imagine all of this was at $9.90, 10 cents away. Okay? So if it broke down through that, you should be out of the trade. So, you know, again, I'm just going to try to make the math easy. So let's just say you would be risking 10 cents then on that trade. You're in at 10, you want to be out at $9.90. And you're going to risk $100 on the trade. Therefore, you could take 1,000 shares as an example. Because 1,000 shares times 10 cents is $100. And that's how much you're risking. If the trade works against you, you get out and you just move on. Okay? So those are the two, you know, obviously don't chase. The other thing is, yeah, as the dreamer's saying, we have a great simulator here. We could have a great simulator here. We don't, I'm sorry, did I say we could have? We do have a great simulator here. So, you know, if you take out even just a standard subscription, you can practice trading. Real-time data that you're using. Practice trading. Yeah, I mean, usually, though, John, I mean, usually, if I'm talking about looking at a stock and I'm wanting to short it, I mean, we're talking about it. Oh, you got premium, then yeah, practice. You have a great simulator right there. Just, you know, check that trade simulated data or simulated trading and practice for a while. And a while, if you say, well, how long is a while? It's really going to be up to you. But the cold, hard reality is this. If you can't make money paper trading, simulated trading, it's almost a guarantee you will not be able to make money once you start using your own money. With the caveat, of course, is that just even if you can make money paper trading, doesn't mean you're going to be able to make money when you start using your own money, your real money. Because as you know, all the emotions come in. You know, your discipline flies out the window. You know, yes, I had a stop, but you know what? Obviously, my stop was too tight. So I'm going to just move it down a little bit. And move it down more. So now that $100 that you were prepared to lose, a nice manageable number, and whatever the number is, it could be $50, it could be $25, you know, depending on your account size. You know, I'll use 100. All of a sudden, that $100 turns into a $200 loss, and you're kicking yourself. But you still don't get out because it could come back. It could even come back so that I only lose 100, and then I'll be happy. And then it keeps going down. Now you're down 300, and then you finally get out. The sweat is just, you know, it's too much for you to take. You finally get out. You hit that, and now you're mad. The pilot speech. And now what happens is you can get into what we call revenge trading. And so even though you were bound and determined to follow your plan of only risking $100 a trade, you're down 300 on your first trade. So you start getting reckless. and maybe you risk 300 on your next trade so you can make it back, or even worse, you risk 500 so you can make it back and make 200 when, of course, the trade works for you. You know, and it can be an endless cycle. You know, and at the end of the day, now that you're down $1,000 in your $5,000 account, and you go, what happened? And it's an unnerving experience. We've all done it. Okay, we've all done it. Anybody who says they haven't done it is not telling the truth. Okay, I'm not saying, you know, some people have blown up their accounts several times. You know, how they get money back to fund their accounts, I mean, I don't know, but I mean, but we've all done it because we always want to second guess ourselves. You know, you'll rarely see me take a big loss. Because, I mean, I just have commissions are so cheap now. Even if you have IB, you have to pay, you know, half a cent a share. I mean, it's certainly not the end of the world. So the fact is that, yeah, you can, let's just say for argument's sake, it goes, you know, we use our $10 stock. It goes to $9.90. You get out. It goes to $9.90, $9.85, $9.80. You're going, great, what a great exit. All of a sudden, it zooms right back up to 10. And you say, man, why did I get out? Because, you know, I knew it was a good trade in the first place. Everything I read about it, I knew it was going to come out back up. So why did I do it? Well, yeah, but it could have kept going down to $9.60, $9.50, down to $9. The thing of it is that maybe for all the reasons why you got into it at $10, maybe they're still in place. You know, not every trade works, even if it's a good setup. Okay, I mean, you can have a nice strategy. The best strategy in the world is not going to work 100% of the time. Okay, so it's like what I say with the AI. I mean, there are setups on the AI that don't quite work at the beginning, and then they come back to the price, and then they start working. That's why, you know, you can use the AI as a watch list. Even mine up here. I mean, I could look at the NNDM trade that I took this morning, and you know, there was the alert on that 15-minute candle, okay? But at 5:22, it actually went down. I didn't take the trade right there. It actually went down to $5 before it popped up again. That's where I took the trade. So you can kind of wait too. You don't have to, you know, when you see you get an alert, you don't have to take it right away. You can kind of gauge what's happening. You know, what's the market doing maybe? What's the sector doing? I mean, not in this particular case, it kind of trades on its own. But even if I had taken the trade right there, okay, at 5:22, and I'd put a stop at, you know, whatever, say 5:05, I would have got out, and then I could have got right back in. And then look what happened afterwards. Now, does it always work like this? Of course not. But again, with commissions so cheap, there's no excuse for not obeying your stops. Okay? Yeah, you can make, as Paul was saying, you can. I mean, I'll use an exaggerated example, but you can make money even if you're only right 10% of the time. If you're really right on that 10%, you know, and you obey the other 90%, getting out for manageable losses. Look at Lazy Now. Holy smokes! Look at Lazy Now, guys. And the other thing too, as somebody pointed out, is if you're starting to, you know, get beaten up, just reduce your share size too. Practice, reduce your share size, because then you're not going to be so well if you're practicing. But even if you're practicing in a simulator, don't go crazy. Don't take 1,000 shares of a, you know, $100 stock just because we give you $100,000. Okay, to practice with. But you know, take a share size that is appropriate for the account size that you actually have. Well, guys, yeah, make a plan, trade your plan, stick to it, don't deviate. It's hard. The other thing that I do, and not everybody in this room does, but and I would even consider sitting out even longer, is I usually do not take any trades in the first 15 minutes. There was a time I wouldn't take a trade in the first hour. So I would let things, if I were you, I'd probably even wait at least 30 minutes before you took a trade. Let things kind of settle down. Right at the beginning of the day, things are going wild, up and down, up and down. And yes, you see the one that keeps going up and up and up and up, and you kick yourself. Why am I not in that one? But for all the ones that, there's the odd one that does that. But a lot of them, what they do in that first 15 minutes, even 30 minutes, they go up and down, up and down. Yeah, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Rarely do I. I will sometimes trade in the pre-market, if I see what I consider a decent setup and all. But even, I don't really trade the pre-market that much. I don't understand that question. How do you call share? What do you call them that are not consumed? That are not consumed, not bought, not short. I am not sure what you mean. Leftovers, yeah, scraps. I don't know. I'm not sure. I know what you mean. I don't think that's what he means. Well, outstanding shares are again, the float is just the outstanding shares minus whatever the insiders and mutual funds, etc., hold. So those are okay, if that's what you meant. The float is just the number of shares that can actually be traded on any given day. The float is usually less, but sometimes, you'll see the float and the outstanding shares very close, especially on a small one. There are very, very few mutual funds into these junky. Well, I shouldn't call them junky little stocks, but well, yeah. That's why you'll always, not always, not always, but most of the time when a company does a financing, that what they're doing is they're issuing more shares. Okay, and when you issue more shares, yeah, you're diluting. So existing shareholders, they don't like that. So let's just say a financing is at 10. Most of the time, the day of when it's announced, the price will be below 10 because existing shareholders are a little ticked off. Their positions are being diluted. Not all the time. Yesterday, SIBN did a financing. I think it was about 3.5 million shares at $2. Okay, well, and it was above 2 the whole day. It had a tremendous day. So it's not every single time, but typically, nobody likes to have their share position diluted. But that's the other thing. No, but the more shares that are outstanding, never mind issuing more. That's why it takes a lot more to move Facebook. With 2.3 billion shares outstanding, yeah, it's up $1.28. It's up 0.48%. So for Facebook to move 10%, it's going to take either tremendous earnings or some huge catalyst for Facebook to move 10%. So consequently, that's I don't really trade these higher price ones with big floats because I just don't find it interesting enough. And that's not to say people in this room I'm sure there are people in this room that trade Facebook and Amazon and Google and Microsoft and Apple, and they do very well at it. They may be doing more on the option side of it. It's just not me. That's all. Yeah, Disney and Boeing, they're good examples. Yeah, you too, Kaiser. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Okay. You're making me look at Jinko. You have to remind me again on Monday. Every day, just remind me. 10 o'clock. No, I'm not swinging anything. No, only interactive brokers. Okay, only interactive brokers. Now I don't play. I understand it. I don't play it. If that makes sense. You too, Lily. So only interactive brokers. Okay. Okay. I'll bring my Cubans. All right, guys. I think that's it. No, it won't work, Dora. Yeah, well, you're asking about Hertz. I mean, look, you're looking at Hertz. I call these faith-based trades. If you believe now the fact that they've been able to, I don't know, what was it, $1.65 billion in financing, that is really going to keep this thing going, fine. I mean, it's an astronomical number of shares that have traded. It may be a record. I don't know. I mean, I haven't. When I say a record, 155 million in the float. Rarely, do you see a stock trading its float once with 155, let alone five and a half times. Okay, so I mean that's just extraordinary. Now, can it continue? I mean, anything is possible. Yeah, well, not religious faith, stock faith. All right, guys, I think I'll wrap it up now. So, thanks a lot for all the help this week. I will open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So, have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.